than the typical 15 to 20 eggs. Right? In Paul and Alice's case, the retrieval went incredibly well. 51 eggs, and 19 were successfully turned into embryos, but not a single one of those embryos was viable. And so Karen also offered to donate again for free, and the clinic agreed to do the entire procedure over again for free. But the agency that connected the couple with Karen, a company called Growing Generations, they reportedly would not allow it, with them declining to waive their fee but offering a 20% discount. And so eventually the couple welcomed a healthy baby boy, with Karen breaking down in tears when she heard the news, saying, "That for me was a sign. It was telling me what you are doing is not bad. It allowed for this baby to be born." And so after that, she made her sixth and what should have been her final donation according to health guidelines, with a whopping 58 eggs getting taken out and shipped to the US, with her also joining others to found her own recruiting firm that she said is focused on donor well-being. But reportedly not long after that, someone from the Growing Generations agency contacted her again and asked if she could consider donating once again. And this notably, as she had not only completed 6 donations already, she was almost 31 years old, and the agency's own internal age limit was 29. And that's without mentioning her history of hyper egg production and past experience with OHSS that put her at greater risk for another bout. With then the person who contacted her initially denying any involvement, but then was presented with evidence suggesting otherwise, with them finally acknowledging the agency's role in the donation while noting she'd left the agency by the time of Karen's retrieval and claiming she hadn't remembered the initial conversations. And then adding that while industry guidelines typically recommend limiting donors to 6 cycles, it is common for exceptions to be made, such as in the case of exceptionally healthy donors. And so at the end of the day, Karen happily donated, she seems fine, and Alice and Paul and other couples were able to have a kid because of her. But again, there is still a question about this agency's practices and whether or not there are other cases where things didn't work out so well. You know, with all of that said on this deep dive, I now gotta pass the question off to you. But I will say there are a few, like, what are your thoughts on this issue in general? That's for everyone. Also, what do you think should be done so we get the good parts of this industry without the bad? And then finally, if you or someone you know has experience in this world, of course, I'd always love to hear your stories. And then I've got more news you need to know about in just a moment. But, you know, traveling abroad, it's amazing, no doubt. But, you know, getting hit with crazy international data charges, it's not cool. You know that text that you get when you land, your cell company offering you an international data plan? They're expensive at $10 per day and often limited to 2 gigs per day before pushing you to 3G or even 2G. And I don't know about you, I zoomed through 2 gigs scrolling socials before getting off the plane. But then enter today's sponsor, Saily, the app that I use for stress-free travel connectivity. Right, gone are the days of hunting for a local SIM card or trying to use a needle to install it. With Saily, you set up your plan before you leave home, and when you land, you're good to go. No waiting, no hassle. And Saily, they give you reliable, fast internet for all your devices. I mean, forget about sketchy Wi-Fi hotspots. I mean, this is the real deal. And you know, maybe you're hopping between countries. Saily's global and regional plans, they work seamlessly across borders with coverage in 200 plus countries and regions. And as for more reasons you need Saily, quick setup, offers 24/7 customer support. They'll even refund you if your phone isn't compatible with their system. So if you're ready to transform your travel experience, just download the Saily app now or scan the QR code on screen and use code Phil at checkout for 15% off your first plan. Say goodbye to travel headaches, and don't forget, code Phil gets you 15% off. But then, next up today, we need to talk about how RFK Jr., Elon Musk, and the Trump administration at large are all jeopardizing food safety in the United States and increasing the risk of Americans getting sick or poisoned by foodborne illnesses. Because ensuring the safety of the food system, it's one of the most impactful things the federal government does. It's something that it's relevant to literally all Americans, regardless of where they live or what their politics are. Now, of course, like any system, this one is not perfect. According to CDC estimates, foodborne illnesses cause over 3,000 deaths and 127,800 hospitalizations each year. You may remember there have been some very high-profile incidents in recent years. Like, I mean, the Boar's Head Listeria outbreak last summer, the worst in more than a decade, which resulted in 10 deaths, 60 hospitalizations, and 7 million pounds of meat getting recalled. Then there were the lead-laden applesauce pouches that poisoned at least 60 kids. And then, of course, there was the whole Abbott baby formula disaster where several products were recalled and a whole plant was shut down due to the spread of a bacterial infection. In fact, data shows that recalls have actually been increasing in recent years. According to the FDA, which groups food and cosmetics together in data, 1,908 of those products were recalled in the last fiscal year that ended in September. That's the highest level since 2019, before the number of recalls fell during the height of COVID. But very notably, experts say that the rise in recalls, it doesn't mean that the food safety system is becoming more dangerous. It's actually the opposite. The system, it's working better, right? There aren't necessarily more outbreaks now than there were before, but the technology and tools used for catching and tracking outbreaks have improved, allowing officials to identify and manage outbreaks that may have been happening all along. You know, without the food safety system, all of those situations would have been a lot worse. I mean, we could see a lot more outbreaks, hospitalizations, and deaths in general. During each outbreak, federal, state, and local health officials across multiple agencies, they conduct a labor-intensive process to trace the spread from each sick person to a given product, issue recalls, and ensure the products are pulled from shelves. Now, we're seeing experts say that the system is in peril thanks to ongoing DOGE cuts and policy changes by Health Secretary RFK Jr., who oversees agencies like the CDC and FDA. And so now, many in the food safety field, they're worried that when taken all together, these actions could result in more unsafe foods reaching the market, more outbreaks, and a government that is less able to respond quickly and effectively. With that, including Darren Detweiler, a food safety consultant and professor who lost his young son in an E. coli outbreak, explaining, it's as if someone without enough information has said, what's a good way to save money on our automobiles? Let's just take out the seatbelts and airbags, because do we really need them? And he says that's exactly what we're seeing in various different actions taken by the Trump administration, Musk, and DOGE. For example, numerous essential food safety workers, they've been swept up in Musk's purge of federal workers. But according to reports, 5,200 probationary workers were fired across Kennedy's Department of Health and Human Services, including FDA staffers working on the safety of food additives. And those cuts were so dire at the time, he even had the FDA's Deputy Commissioner for Foods, Jim Jones, resigning from his post, with him saying in his resignation letter that the indiscriminate firing of nearly 90 staffers in his division made it fruitless for him to continue, and adding that he had been looking forward to working on Kennedy's goals of making America healthy, but the Trump administration's disdain for the very people who would do that work gave him no choice but to leave, with him then going on to explicitly take aim at RFK Jr., saying past remarks he's made criticizing the FDA are false and undermine the agency as a whole. And all of this, as many have noted, those layoffs aren't expected to significantly reduce government spending. Almost half of the FDA's $6.9 billion budget, it comes from fees paid by companies the agency regulates. But also, DOGE-related layoffs, they don't just impact the health department. The agriculture department, which also oversees food safety, they've reportedly laid off key workers like food safety inspectors. Now, notably here, it's since been reported that the FDA moved to rehire essential employees who were laid off, including ones working on food safety. And similarly, the USDA also said it was trying to reverse the firings of several officials working on bird flu that the agency had accidentally fired. And even beyond all that, a federal judge has also since ordered the Trump administration to reinstate thousands of probationary workers, ruling that their termination was illegal. But since that ruling, RFK Jr. announced that he would be laying off 10,000 HHS workers as part of a massive overhaul. And some of the biggest cuts were made to the FDA staff, with Kennedy saying that he'll slash 3,500 workers, nearly 20% of the agency's workforce. And you have experts saying that those purges will certainly impact people working in food safety, with the FDA commissioner under Biden saying, the FDA as we know it is finished, with most of the leaders with institutional knowledge and a deep understanding of product development and safety no longer employed. Now, of course, there is still a question of whether this move will pass legal muster. I mean, things move so fast, there's always a chance that the second this show goes up, the whole effort will be blocked or reversed. But still, you have experts saying these staffing disruptions, they jeopardize the food safety system, especially given the fact that many people won't return to their old jobs after everything that's happened, especially as it comes at a time when the FDA was already dealing with Biden-era budget cuts and understaffing due to competition from private sector jobs that can offer higher salaries. But also, beyond that, the firings haven't been the only cost-cutting disruptions. And government credit cards regularly utilized by FDA scientists to buy and test food were also frozen under an executive order that Trump signed backing the efforts of DOGE, a move that slowed or stopped the testing of grocery store products for hazardous bacteria and monitoring packaging for forever chemicals. And the stakes there are incredibly high, with one expert even explaining, even hours can matter in an outbreak. Any delay is unacceptable when you're dealing with a product that can kill someone. And then, to make matters even worse, in early March, the administration eliminated 2 expert committees that advise the federal government on key food safety matters: the National Advisory Committee on Microbiological Criteria for Foods and the National Advisory Committee on Meat and Poultry Inspection, with this also coming as part of Trump's executive order to reduce government bureaucracy. But experts have said that both of these panels were incredibly important and barely cost the government anything, saying their combined budget was around $300,000 a year and members weren't even paid salaries. You know, with that, many officials have raised alarm bells about the disbanding of the Microbial Committee in particular, with the seeing experts saying it upends progress that the panel made on studying how to more accurately identify babies who are at risk for being infected with a deadly bacteria that contributed to the closure of the Abbott baby formula plant. And that's in addition to ruining 2 years of work using existing technology to limit outbreaks, which is a move that committee members say will end up costing the federal government way more than it'll save by getting rid of these panels. What's more, many have also said that the sweeping cuts to food safety programs, it raises questions about the government's ability to implement RFK Jr.'s food safety initiatives. The health secretary has taken a very big interest in food as part of his Make America Healthy Again plan, with RFK Jr. specifically targeting chemical additives in food like artificial dyes. But with that, you had a former senior advisor to the FDA commissioner on nutrition and food safety explaining, in my experience, the way you achieve these things costs money and require regulation. But they've begun by undoing a lot of the groundwork that was put in place. And this, as others have also said, that RFK Jr. has further jeopardized food safety by repeatedly undermining the effectiveness of the FDA and openly discussing policies that experts say would actively make outbreaks worse. Like, for example, Kennedy has been a loud supporter of raw, unpasteurized milk, which experts say can expose people to any number of dangerous foodborne bacteria. He then also recently suggested on Fox News that instead of culling flocks of farm poultry that get bird flu, farmers should just let the disease rip through their flocks unchecked.
The question is, should you cull those flocks? Most of our scientists are against the culling operation. They think that we should be testing therapeutics on those flocks. They should isolate them. You should let the disease go through them and identify the birds that survive, which are the birds that probably have a genetic inclination for immunity, and those should be the birds that we breed like the wild population.
Now, notably here, Kennedy doesn't have a say in agricultural policies, though Trump's agriculture secretary has also said that there are farmers who would be willing to try this idea as sort of a pilot program. But this, as experts widely agree, that it would be an absolutely horrible idea. Right, in addition to causing unimaginable poultry death tolls that would further increase egg shortages and grocery prices, Kennedy's plan just simply wouldn't work. The bird flu is incredibly deadly for poultry and very fast acting. I mean, almost all farm birds that get infected die within a matter of days. So that means, one, these birds aren't developing antibodies that could help them survive reinfection. They're just dying. And two, given how rapid the deaths are, there's really not anything scientists could study to uncover future treatments or resistance, with one expert even explaining that resistance in chickens and turkeys is not a thing. And this is allowing the virus to just proliferate unchecked. It would increase the risk of mutations and spread to other animals like cows, which have already been impacted, as well as humans. With more bird flu among farm animals also then meaning a higher risk of disease transmission from uncooked or undercooked poultry, eggs, and beef, as well as unpasteurized dairy products. I mean, we've already seen bird flu-related recalls on raw milk products, which, again, RFK has repeatedly touted. So yeah, this is an area that is increasingly concerning and just kind of fucking scary, because there's also seemingly not much we can actually do about it besides continuing to monitor the situation. You know, stay in the know, try to be safe out there, and of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts on this. But that, my friends, is where your deep dive into the news is going to end today. I hope you're liking, actually, like's too strong of a word for news. I hope you're appreciating Deep Dive Week so far. And of course, remember, I've got more for you, because I got a brand new show every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Hello, guys and gals, me, Mudahar, and, you know, before we begin, I just want to say, I finished that TV show, Dexter, and by God, how do you have a terrible ending? And then I watched the sequel series to it, Dexter, New Blood. And just for the Dexter fans, you know, whoever's watching it, how do you have two endings to a show that are both simultaneously bad? Okay? Anyways, I just wanted to get that out of the system. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, YouTube is not my job. My real life job has me actually doing real life, grown-up, boring behavior. And a lot of that grown-up, boring behavior has me looking at things like tariffs, okay? Yeah, this is something that I've been kind of seeing for the last couple days, and honestly, from the context of video games, I actually have a fair bit to talk about. But, ladies and gentlemen, over the last couple days, I've been seeing, like, again, just constant warfare on the internet, and amongst, you know, general people talking about how evil these tariffs are, how good tariffs are. I've actually made videos talking about just Canada in general, okay? There's some wild stuff going here. But before this video, you know, I want to just stress off one thing real quick. I don't want to turn this into a political turf war in the comment section. In fact, I'm not an expert at any of this stuff, okay? I'm just somebody that's a very interested learner. I'm a very interested person, but I've got a few things to say. So, you know, as I was waking up every day, I usually see a financial map every day. Now, a financial map is something that looks like this, okay? So this morning, you know, I woke up and I saw all green boxes, okay? Now, green boxes means good. That means if you put money into Apple, right, that Apple investment you made just jumped up 4.4%, okay? So depending on how much money you have in a company like Apple, that 4% could be, like, if you put in $100, you went to $104. If you put in $1 million, well, you can imagine how 4% changes the higher your stake in a position really is. Now, the thing I hate about this kind of stuff is, generally speaking, I always look at people posting these maps as like weird owns on each other. So this is the financial map today, okay? Yeah, it all ended with a lot of red, okay? Now, red, for anybody wondering, is not good, okay? Red means that if something was worth like $100, it now lost 5% of its value. So when this whole bracket goes red across every single industry, you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, it ain't that fucking good, okay? Now, for a lot of people that have money invested, okay, that could mean that they've lost millions of dollars, okay? I read somewhere that Aiden Ross, I don't know how true this is, apparently that guy lost $10 million in the market, and I would not be surprised, okay? So, yeah, this is something that I've seen, and obviously a lot of this has to do with that word tariff, okay? Now, again, I'm a gaming guy. I'm somebody that talks about video games, but I can explain a tariff real quick, okay? So when I was in high school, when I was in college, the way that I learned it through an econ class was effectively it's when one country puts a bit of a import tax on a good, right? So let's say that you're buying a brand new, I don't know, a processor from like, a company, right? Let's say you're buying a new GPU. Now, the components inside the GPU are made all over the world, okay? But in that case, in a lot of gaming cases, a lot of those actual components are made in countries like China or maybe even Taiwan. Now, this is the webpage of a company known as TSMC, which, again, for anybody that doesn't know, this is one of the few companies in the world, one of the largest manufacturers, fabricators of computer chips, semiconductors, basically the things that make the world go round. So let's say, all right, back in the day, all right, one of my professors said that you can't call somebody dumb as rocks, okay? Because if you actually look at how computer chips are made, right, taking silicon, taking what are rocks, going through a very complicated set of procedures to turn that rock, to turn that silicon into a computer chip is actually a marvel of fucking human engineering. It's insane to the point that I've researched this, professionally, and I still can't even begin to tell you how this stuff actually works or how human beings even fucking figure out how to take rocks and make them process, insane things, like the ability for this camera to record this video in 4K and store it. For the autofocus on this camera to consistently fuck up requires an engineer to put together a computer chip that lets this system do so, and that goes for all the technology we have around it. It's truly fascinating, okay? It's great shit. Now, obviously, we live in a world where when you're producing cameras, monitors, computers, really many things, we all take bits and pieces from each other. So, moral here is, obviously, let's say you're, I guess in the United States, you're importing a Nintendo Switch or a GPU or whatever. You bring it into your country, and let's say that your administration put in like a 50% tariff, right? Whatever it is. That means that the country bringing in the product has to go, okay, the company that imports has to go, all right, we can either eat the cost and give the person, this GPU, but basically we have to pay this, tariff out of pocket, because usually the company that imports pays the actual, whatever the tariff comes out to be, to the import agency of the country that has the tariff set. And that means that, again, the company could either pass the savings on to you, meaning that they can eat the cost of the tariff and just sell you the GPU as if none of this existed. Obviously, in business sense, that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. You pass the 50% off to your customer because ultimately you tell them this is just how the market is. You're going to have to pay up the tariff. That basically means if you're the person buying a good, you have to pay up whatever the country sets. Now, at the end of all this, I've seen a lot of people use tariff as like this nasty, evil word. And the thing about it is, like many things that are, centered around economy, a lot of the things that keep our world functioning, it's complex, okay? Tariffs are not this evil thing. From what I've learned in economy, whether it be in, my time in college, it was always that if used properly, if used surgically, it actually has a lot of benefits. For instance, sometimes if you apply a tariff, you can convince people who manufacture in other countries to think, maybe we'll just bring it back home. And that's kind of a good thing. That means there's a lot of jobs that come home. There's a lot of good stuff that happens to the people back home. But they can also be used to protect your industries, right? There's multiple types of tariffs. There's over quota stuff, meaning that, let's say that you have a agreement with a country. It's like, all right, let's say that chicken, right? Ground chicken meat. Let's talk about 1 million pounds every year. Instead of one country over flooding the other country and fucking up prices, you apply over quota stuff. Look, it's getting complicated, all right? It really is. But the point I'm trying to make here is that obviously this is a complicated, the economy is complicated. It really is. That's why people go to fucking university for it. So again, the way that it's being done right now, it appears, in the world is it's kind of like taking a sledgehammer to the entire world's economy and just going to fucking town. which from every economist that I've talked to, whether it be in relation to this video or just outside for my own interest, has really not been the best way to do it. But honestly, these things really require you to have 10 years of thinking to go ahead and see where the world is, again, a decade from now, okay? What's happening today will ultimately matter on what happens in the year 2036, okay? Around there. So that's kind of basically where it's come out to. And looking around on a lot of technology, apparently it was like also brought up that companies like Apple would sell what appear to be grossly expensive iPhones if they decided to apply these tariffs, which it really seems like it does. These iPhones, if they were forced to be completely manufactured on our side of the world, would cost something around an insane $30,000 price tag. Now, I'm not so much an expert on this, but obviously when you're talking about, good labor prices, when you're talking about actually developing the chips at home and all of this stuff, it can be tough. It can be very, very complicated. That's why things like supply chains, that's why things exist all around us. Now, obviously, if you're somebody who's developing computer chips, all right, the problem with this is it's not like many other goods. Computer chips, like I told you, a few minutes ago, there's very few companies that make computer chips. And there's even fewer companies that make computer chips at the best possible quality. And one of those companies is TSMC, who appears to be pretty much targeted in this process. Now, for a company that produces chips for pretty much the entirety of the world, yeah, you can imagine when these things get brought up, when they're the ones getting punished, that punishment eventually will just ripple onto you. So for the world of video gamers, this means that for a lot of our technology, whether it be our phones, whether it be our gaming consoles,
he didn't see me.
whether it be our GPUs,
I saw him, but he didn't see me.
Anything in our tech field, it's about to jump a whole lot more expensive. Unless, of course, the world starts getting along more and more and more, which is not as simple as one would think.
So
They
looking
would
into
start
the
pre-orders
biggest
in the United
retailers
States
for
on their
video
mobile
games,
days,
something like
because they have to
GameStop,
assess.
He's like double layering.
Dating apps like Tinder aren't just trying to hold you hostage
What
on
did
the
you
platform.
do? What did you do
Hello,
here?
guys and gals.
Obviously, is how
However, is
importing the stuff.
unchanged.
You have to see how you can even still make money on this, given the already obscene markup that's coming just from the government.
So a lot of these companies appear to have actually been shipping their product to the United States in advance of a lot of these things going live. Apparently, companies like Apple decided to fly in like 5 plane loads of iPhones to at least dodge a bunch of these tariffs, so they could have inventory in the country before this shit went live, so they could actually sell them and keep their companies effectively afloat. Now, if you're in any of these countries and you're looking at what your reciprocal tariffs are, this is exactly what's being brought up. And from any economist that I've read and how this is basically placed out, it's not entirely as simple as one would think. According to the actual community note here, the tariffs aren't based on actual foreign tariffs, but likely on the trade deficit divided by imports. So again, they have actual data for you to verify and look for yourself. But yeah, none of this is done in a tactical manner, right? It's kind of just, slammed in. And realistically, it's just kind of throwing the world up for a bit of a tizzy. And, because Canada is literally about to be, the 52nd state or some shit? Or 51st, whatever the hell we are. Yeah, apparently we've also gotten delays in that pre-order. Now, I never say to pre-order any product, but I was actually a little bit surprised at this. Obviously, Canada and Japan and Vietnam, the 3 countries involved in the Nintendo Switch's, production chain, at least for, Nintendo and Canada to be together. Yeah, this never involved the guys down in the States. So I immediately started wondering, I'm like, what are we doing here? So immediately for Canadians, because of our friends down south, we also can't pre-order the Nintendo Switch. Now, again, this isn't that big of a deal for me because, again, I always am pretty much against pre-ordering anything like this. But I'm wondering if Nintendo, the company who's one of their leaders, I believe, ended up coming out and just going, yeah, we know the Switch 2 is really expensive. That's why we have the Switch 1 for you. Okay, Don Matrick, bringing me back to the old Xbox release again. If you can't, the Xbox One ain't working for you. Just get 360, baby. It's all good. Yeah, for a company like Nintendo to be effectively doing this, all right, I really feel like it's not just the idea of the tariff. I really think it's going to be Nintendo upcharging these prices for everyone around the world. So it's going to be a product that's genuinely more expensive for Americans because it's just costing more in general to import the product to the country. Well, let's say this is priced at I don't know, $500-600 US. That's, if I convert 600 US to Canadian, if we go with the tariff pricing, we're looking at 855 Canadian dollars, okay, dropped into this nonsense, which basically makes the system that I was kind of thinking of getting basically a system that I won't be getting, okay, because that's just way too much money to be spending on something that I won't be using as much as a Steam Deck or my PC. And if it comes down to playing Metroid at 4K 60 frames per second, well, ladies and gentlemen, I might just have to emulate it, okay? Simple as that. Now, I think as a video gamer, it's kind of luxurious to be sitting over here and kind of pondering, man, my video game price is about to get a little bit higher because of the government getting this involved. But the thing is, in general, a lot of stuff is starting to get more expensive. And the tariffs are just one factor into it. And the more and more the international market gets pretty fucked up, the scarier it becomes for, again, the average person to really be stretching their, dollar. For a lot of you guys watching over here, ladies and gentlemen, I know we have a goofy time where we talk about it, but genuinely speaking, this may be the time where it probably is the most important thing to cut back on your spending and to have some money saved up, because I really do think that there's going to be some pretty bad knock-on effects from this, at least in the short term, and I think everyone's kind of agreed that in the short term it's not that good looking. So again, it's actually a luxury to be thinking of video game prices, and I thank God every day that I can kind of do that. But for the average person who's thinking about, their rent, their food, basically everything that they need to stay alive, which effectively are just those two things, they already are getting to a point where purchasing them was already tough before any of this started, but afterwards, because of how fucked up the markets really are, it can be genuinely a bit of a headache, I believe, for people to be dealing with. In fact, it wasn't really all that shocking that I started to see people post like the fucking suicide hotline in a lot of these investing forums, right? Or a lot of these investing Reddit boards, because of how wild the market really is. And genuinely speaking, if you are thinking like that, definitely should talk to somebody else, definitely should be calling up a hotline, definitely should know that there is always light at the end of the tunnel.
Always.
But I usually don't really like making videos like this, even though they are actually pretty, they do pretty well in the system anyways. Like, people do like to watch this kind of stuff. But generally, I'm not an expert on it, but
I ordered
am
some
smart
cords
enough to know the actual effects out of it. And I do see a lot of misinformation brought up because of people constantly yelling at, each other about this stuff, or trying to politicize a topic that, really I think is a great reason for people to learn about their economy, learn about how the world works, and hopefully, as they learn about these things, maybe also develop some fucking solutions for it. So yeah, our video games are getting more expensive. But in general, everything's getting more expensive. Trust me, I see the effect of tariffs every single day that I go to my job at fucking 8 o'clock in the morning, and I gotta be doing my morning calls for businesses here and across the border. It's not a fun time, is what it is. But ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. If you learned something, let me know. If you didn't, let me know, and I'll make better videos that'll at least get you something out of the door. Because, ladies and gentlemen, even if you hate me, at least you hopefully learned something today. I am out.
Mel Gibson attempted to warn us about the hidden evils of this world countless times in the past 30 years. Whether he was outing predatory Hollywood elites or attacking the president, he refused to hold his tongue on controversial topics, which made some very powerful people upset with him. His unapologetic opinions have rendered him a reputation as homophobic, anti-Semitic, racist, an abuser, and straight up crazy.
It's straight up crazy.
Losing major film roles and
I've
nearly
seen this
being
before.
blacklisted from Hollywood.
I've seen this before. You just random played, and I don't want to go back. I think like. Cool. Now, I have all these cool colored cords. One's for my bedroom. It's gonna be amazing. It'll stretch all the way around my bedroom and stuff, and I'll charge my phone. Money? 125 million. What for? Oh, expired. For what? Oh, a large skill injector expired. Oh, well. Yeah. Maybe I should keep one around in case I need one.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
This cord isn't really of much use. I guess I can use it to connect my phone when I need to, if I ever need to like put pictures or something.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
My strength got capped. Nice. And my con and stuff from chopping wood, I think.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled.
Yeah,
Waypoint
maybe
reached.
another. Fuck. Gonna get ninja on my, what? No. That seems weird. Where the fuck is my, where's my helm? Make sure that I have enough. Fuck, I think I'm low on... I have to do all the hypernet stuff. Am I out? Oh no, silent prism, okay. I need a stack of prism, okay. How am I gonna get to Bastock? Fuck. You won't let me warp, you son of a bitch. No, you won't. Not till I'm rank 3. Fucking son of a fucking bitch. I'm gonna have to ride. I have to ride all the way to Bastock. That's gonna take forever, ever. It's gonna take forever, ever. What do I do? I can't do anything. gonna get an in sub, which is gonna be really good. It gives me something to do on my hardcore character, and it will make my life easier. I'll have to get Utsusemi, which is a pain in the fucking ass, but it'll make my life easier on BST. And I'll unlock BST. It'll give me a reason to. Oh my god, please hurry. Felt weird. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Hey, I'm gonna get an in sub, yay. Fuck, do I have Bastock rep? What's the rep requirement for, what's the rep for the Xiaoming Kate? I don't remember. Level 30 and access to Norg. You weren't running, why? Oh god, I'm going west. I need to go south. Ah. I don't need Bastock rep. Yes. Port Bastock. I'm going right to Port Bastock to the gate. Okay. Oh god, I passed my turn. Oops. I'm gonna unlock leeches. That really makes me feel better about my hardcore character because I hate Nin. I hate unlocking Nin. I'm gonna have to level it too. I'm gonna have to tank on Nin, which is fucking terrifying. It's terrifying. I'm gonna have to spend some money. What if they don't heal me? What if they don't heal me? I'll be so fucking fucked. I'll be so fucked. I don't know. Maybe I better actually solo Nin all the way up. Like pretty far, like 14 or whatever. I'll build the parties, and I'll be like, no, white mage and red mage. Yeah, yeah. I've got to go to Cade, who's a little girl in that building right there, the plus sign. Then I go to Kagatora, who's in the warehouse, the one on the right side. Will 4 prisms be enough? I think so, yeah. I mean, 4 prisms, it's not really too good. I think I want to do Thief Nin. Thief Nin to 75, and I can always take parties if I want. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Thief Nin's got the evasion. Or no, I went Thief just so I would have TH2. I don't know. It's hard to say. I like having Flee. And Setsu. And Setsu. Cade. Kagatora. Can I exit faster that way? I don't know. I'll just run it. I don't care. It's all part of it. No, Marcus not too bad, actually. If Lee will help. No, I'm not going to invite any more people to this. I'm just going to take the help. All I'll have to do is go unlock access to Norg, which is fine. And then I'll have to do Semi. There's all this stupid ass work I have to do, but it's all work, you know, it's all stuff for FFXI anyways. There's all this stuff I have to do. I should take BST to 30. It's a better class to do what it is I want to do. BST will be a better class to, for Dragon. BST is just a better class. Almost to their zone now, which is good. I can even heal myself if need be. I'm 30. Will any of this stuff aggro? I need to be careful, I could aggro. I'm gonna keep going so I don't have to use meds yet. Flea's good. So I'm gonna go item, silent oil, job, flea, item, prison powder, run. There. Okay, so now I think for leeches you go this way, don't you? I don't know though. Is it B? I think it's B. It's not H, is it? It's B. And then C, and then D. It's so annoying. Don't fall. This is the way, isn't it? Yeah, this is it, isn't it? I went the long way, I think, but oh well. B and C and then D. Oh, I'm gonna miss the Fallout 76. It's alright, I want to do this instead. "35 seconds on sneak. I can't really run the risk, and I don't know what aggroes and what doesn't. I think the combats do aggro, so I'm just gonna redo. Five and 4 is good. It's good. C. Fuck, did I fuck this up? C. Is it A? I can't remember. Isn't that it? I think it goes over there, doesn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, I think this is it. Doesn't it go? Isn't it going this way? Eastern Altepa. Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to air roulette. Oh. No, this is it. But do you drop? I can't remember. Isn't this it? Yeah, I think this is it, isn't it? I don't know. Did I do this wrong? Oh. Fuck, maybe it's H? Fuck. No, I should just go back and go back and I should just go back. I'll just go back. Turning around. That was close. Been so long since I've been here. Oh, yes, I did. I'm still on track. And then I go to E, D. Longer run than I... At least it lets you back up again. I fucked up, but at least it lets you back up again. I wasted like 2 minutes of their time, but you know, it's FFXI. Right. Yes, I can go down here and I can turn. The sneak and the viz are wearing, but that's alright. Just gonna rebuff and pray that this is enough. Please give me a long roll. Not 60 seconds. Yeah, that's good. Kind of. I mean, it could have been better, but this takes so long. Thank God for this guy. This is karma, because I've done this for so many people. Oh, thank God. Yeah, we got leeches done. You know how much I hate that quest? I hate that quest. I got it done so fast. I love this server. Oh, thank you, Sloth. Fuck, I forgot what the button is. It's so annoying. I'm just gonna let him flat. Get my fucking health back. So annoying. What am I at? I'm at 3,700. Not bad. I missed the Fallout, but that's all right. We'll go back to yeah. I'll go. I'm enjoying New World. I think it's actually a fun game to put in the background. Maybe New World, Mortal, FFXI, Eve. Pretty fun. I actually don't mind these missions because they just pay this passive income that does pay in the end. And it does fix your rep slowly. I'll just get my Glente rep up slowly, all the way up. I think I want at least to 6, so I have some room to work with, and then I'm just going to switch to the next faction and do it for them. Switch to the next faction and do it for them. And then I'll come back, and I won't have to worry about rep with any of the factions for a long time, 10 years or something like that. But that's why I'm doing this meaningless fucking stupid shit. But I've been like jumping. Oh no, I guess I have to go back to Cheetah. I'll go to Gel first, though. That's fine. I wish I could get that one game. That one game kept crashing. Maybe it's because it's on my F drive, Vane. Maybe I should put Vane on my C drive because it kept crashing. How big is Vane? $50 gigs. Wait, what was it on again? I should have looked. E. I mean, yeah, that's not my favorite drive for that, no. But I'm not moving that 50 gig game anywhere else. But if it won't play on anything but an SSD, I've got no use for it, really. Like, you won't let me in, will you? You're like, no, you're playing another game, right? Yeah. Fucking so annoying. Ooh, I kind of want to go to my house and listen to the music, kind of. I love my New World house. It's got this cool train and like all this crap stuffed in here. Have I got new stuff? Yeah, I do. I've got new stuff. Trophy, trophy. Oh, place setting. Cannot place too many items in this house. My house is full. Oh, my house is full. My house is full. 130. This place is so cool. Can't say I didn't New World, because I did. I did New World.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I sold the master.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Oblivion, 10 out of 10 game. Getting started couldn't be simpler. I chose a server, I picked the name, I created a password, and then I had to create my character. Just be warned though, the original character models have aged like vinegar.
Look at the mask with my boy.
I was tempted to be an orc, but I decided to play it safe and become a Nord. I didn't want to be a stereotypical Nord, you know, big beard, big hair.
New master, hey, it's Thor again. You know the god of thunder?
I decided to go for more of a modern, elderly gentleman playing Morrowind for the first time. If you ask me, I think I nailed it. The Nord came preset with skill bonuses and specials, and I didn't read any of this, I just wanted to look cool. I had an option to fine-tune my class or pick a ready-made one, and I used the ready-made one because last time I made my own class, I couldn't even kill a scrim. So I take a while.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request
Welcome to this
accepted.
Oblivion player housing guide, in which I'm going to provide you with an
Thank
overview
you,
of every
Vres
player
Games.
house
I'd
in
like
the
to
game.
sub to your
I'll
channel.
show you how to purchase and upgrade each house, as well as take you through any special benefits that they might provide. In total, there are 12 player houses available in-game, 8 of which can be purchased in the game, and 4 that are made available through DLC, all of which are included in the Game of the Year edition on Steam. So why bother with player housing at all? Well, on a basic level, houses offer safe and permanent storage for your items. As a general rule, the bigger the house, the more storage is going to be available. Another basic utility offered by player housing is the ability to sleep safely. Though, to be fair, there are a number of places you can do that without buying a house. The DLC houses, however, offer some far more interesting benefits that actually impact gameplay. In this guide, we're going to first cover the 8 base game houses in price order, cheapest to most expensive, and then move on to the 4 DLC houses. Please note that I've timestamped the video to allow you to skip to any particular player house that you might be interested in. So the cheapest player house is a little difficult to get too excited about. It's literally a wooden shack that you can find in the waterfront district of the Imperial City. I'll show it here on the map. It's not much, but you could call it home for the low price of 2,000 gold. It can be purchased from Vinicia Melisea, providing you have a deposition of 50 or more with her, and she can be found at the Office of Imperial Commerce within the Market District of the Imperial City. Now you may have noticed there that I mentioned disposition, and this is actually a theme for every player house aside from the Anvil house and the DLC houses. If your disposition is too low, then you can improve your disposition with any NPC by using the persuasion wheel, bribing the individual with money, or simply increasing your fame by completing various quests in the game. For example, the main story, as well as for closing Oblivion gates. When you first acquire the house, it won't have any furnishings, and this is pretty much the case for all of the houses in game. So to purchase upgrades, you can visit Sergius Verus, who can be found at Three Brothers Trade Goods within the market district of the Imperial City. To fully upgrade your shack, it will cost you a further 2,000 gold. You'll know if you bought all available upgrades as you get a quest to pop up confirming that. On to the Anvil House, which is actually slightly different to the other base game houses. This house is called Benerus Manor, and it can be found to the east of Anvil. You can purchase the house for 5,000 gold from Velwyn Benerus at the Count's Arms in the same city. However, in this case, to upgrade the house, you actually need to complete a quest called Where Spirits Have Lease. Basically, Velwyn has sold you a haunted house, and you need to clear out the ghosts before you can fully furnish it. To trigger the ghost attack, you basically have to go and sleep at the manor. Then you simply have to complete the quest. Now, remember, ghosts are actually immune to physical damage in Oblivion, so you're going to need to use silver weapons, spells, or similar to defeat them. Now, the positive news about your haunted house is that the furnishings are free and automatically applied as soon as you complete the quest. It actually makes this a really good first house because you get a lot for money. Moving on to the Bravil House, which can be purchased from Count Regulus Terentius, who you can find in the Great Hall of Bravil Castle. The house will cost you a grand total of 4,000 gold, and you'll need a disposition of 50 plus to enable the purchase. One potentially useful thing to mention here is that NPCs have routines in Oblivion, including sleeping. So if you can't find a particular NPC, then just use the wait function to pass the hours until they show up at the locations that I show you in this video. Anyway, once the house is yours, you can purchase upgrades from Nilawen at the Fair Eel in Bravil. All of the upgrades will cost you a grand total of 3,900 gold. In the city of Leowin, you can purchase a house for 7,000 coins from Count Marius Caro, providing you have a disposition of 60 plus. He can be found at Castle Leowin County Hall. Of course, once you buy the house, you're going to need to get upgrades, and you can get them from a guy called Gundulus. Gundulus can be found at Best Goods in Leowin, and he'll charge you 7,000 gold for the full suite of upgrades. As you can see, the whole real estate business in Oblivion is starting to get pretty expensive. Moving on to Bruma, where you can purchase a house for 10,000 of your shiny gold coins. You can get this from Countess Narina Carvane, who can be found in the Lord's Manor inside Castle Bruma. You'll need a disposition of 60 plus, and she's going to direct you to someone called Suratan in order to purchase your upgrades. You can find Suratan at Nova Roma in Bruma, and he...
Getting started couldn't be simpler. I chose a server, I picked the name, the MMO I've ever played.
Can we hurry this along?
At first glance, I can see that the server was quite active. There's players logging in and logging back out again, but overall, the numbers seem to average around 13 or 14 players, which is close to what New World has these days. Graphically, I think the game holds up quite well, but I was interested to know if I could install some mods. I'm not expecting UE5 Morrowind, but I have seen some quite decent shaders and some quality of life features that could be added. So I decided to be social and just asked the global chat and see what happens. And whilst I waited for a reply, I decided to rob this poor guy's house. It was whilst looting this poor guy's house that I actually got an answer to my question. And the reply basically said, check the Discord and learn to fucking read. Now, they didn't quite say those exact words, but that's what I would have said. And the Discord server had over 2,000 members, which is very impressive. That's MMO level of members. I had a quick glance at the player list, and to my surprise, there were people flagged for PvP. That is a very hardcore player right there. Whilst hanging around town, a miracle happened. I spotted another player. This looked to be a veteran player because they seemed to leave the office and go straight to these two without even looking around. I then tried to communicate with them with the only way I knew how, which was to jump up and down. By the time I found the crouch button, they turned their back and ran off. So, like any degenerate playing a MMO, I followed them. Honestly, you have to admire the walking animations of Morrowind.
You said you weren't gonna do WoW content anymore. CPP1 app. 104% tariff.
In other nations, need to redirect some oil, but I'll defend.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another Fallout 76 video on the channel. Today we've got another news update for you all in relation to yesterday's hotfix, which was apparently meant to have fixed 4 different issues. Now the 4 different issues in question were kind of discussed in yesterday's video, where we were kind of like, wait a minute, is this all of the bugs that's kind of been found since the update? Surely kind of not, but guess what, it isn't. There's been more news regarding that as well, which will mean there's going to be more updates. So yeah, all of this to come, but before we do, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you're new so you don't miss any upcoming Fallout 76 news, and let's have a look at what's been going on. Alright then, just to quickly recap, yesterday we got a new hotfix, and the 4 things that we were meant to fix was the Rad Specialist perk, the Catalyst quest line, players getting stuck as human when trying to complete the Fresh Pair of Jeans Ghoul quest line, and they were also meant to address an issue with daily ops, which was getting it caused to kind of get stuck in rotation and wouldn't change when updated daily to kind of change the enemies and map and everything like that. Now the update came out, there was a little bit of downtime, didn't seem to have too many issues in between that, and it was a pretty small update unless you're on console, where in some cases you were made to fully re-download the game because of the way consoles just work for some weird, strange reason. Anyways, without waffling too much, they released something else later on that night after the update all came out, and basically confirmed how the update went, given the fact there's been a lot of talk afterwards. So initially they addressed the fact that there was a hotfix, of course, and then they went through kind of detailing each one of the changes that they made. So firstly, the first change that was meant to have been fixing the quest, the Catalyst, clearly has not worked, as they put out on this post saying, shortly after the servers coming back online, we saw the response that some of you were still stuck on this quest. Our customer support team has begun to reset the quest line for players who were affected by this issue, and if you are still experiencing issues, please reach out to our support team so we can get this reset for you. I straight away had a lot of comments on yesterday's YouTube video saying that this did not work for people, so if you are one of these people, definitely get on and get that sent off so they can hopefully fix it for you. The next change that was meant to happen was all around Rad Specialist, which is one of the new perks, and according to this one, it says the hotfix today successfully fixed the issue issue where Rad Specialist was causing the other perks to be unequipped. It did reveal though that there's a description discrepancy in the effects tab of the Pip-Boy, which is currently claiming that the perk when at max rank is increasing radiation intake by 25 or 50% when wearing a matching power armor or armor set. This should actually be read as 15% or 30% when you're wearing a matching set. The team is aiming to address this in a future update. Now the third change which they actually address in this post is daily ops, and it says that daily ops did not actually rotate as expected following the maintenance this morning. Additional changes have been made and we hope to see the rotation working within the next 24 hours. The team will continue to monitor and investigate if issues continue. In the meantime, suit mutants have been deactivated from the daily ops rotation. So all in all, there was 4 changes that did come out, and it would appear that technically only one of them actually worked, potentially 2 of them, because technically they don't actually mention whether or not the fresh pair of jeans was fixed, but I'm going to presume it has been. I haven't seen anything to say otherwise, and I feel like they would have said something if it hadn't. They did kind of finish the little paragraph at the bottom just saying the
Alright folks, welcome back to LT Gaming. My name is Tom, and today we're heading into the stars with 20 open world space games you absolutely need to check out in 2025. We're talking everything from scrappy indie gems to massive AAA productions, titles that are still being updated with expansions, DLCs and fresh content to keep things proper exciting this year. If you're into exploring strange new worlds and managing your own ship, diving into deep sci-fi stories, or just floating through the void with a laser cannon, this is the list for you. We've sifted through the lot, early access games, long-awaited sequels, and a few curveballs along the way to bring you the best of what's out there and what's still to come. So if you are as space mad as we are, give this video a like, help us on the algorithm, hit the subscribe button, and let us know down in the comments.
Thank you, LT Gaming. I've liked and subbed to your channel.
Alright then, let's get stuck in, starting with number 20. First up, Space Engineers 2, the ultimate space sandbox completely reimagined. This one is all about unleashing your creativity. You've got powerful new building tools, gorgeous lighting, and a detailed 25 grid system that lets you make much tighter, more compact builds than ever before. It's really got this tinker with everything vibe that made the original so addictive, but with a much needed next-gen overhaul. Now, fair warning here, this one is super early alpha. Right now, it is just creative mode with a pretty limited selection of blocks. There is no survival mode as of yet. So if you're expecting a full game, I wouldn't buy in just yet. That said, the roadmap looks brilliant and they're actively listening to the community feedback throughout the early access. Now, if you want something that's already deep and overflowing with content, Star Traders Frontiers is an absolute indie powerhouse. You play as a captain of your own ship, navigating a massive open galaxy full of political drama, alien threats, and endless possibilities. Smuggling, bounty hunting, diplomacy, you can lean into whatever role you fancy and the game won't push back. What makes this one shine in 2025 is just how constantly the devs update it. We're talking years of tweaks, expansions, and quality of life changes. It's honestly one of the most supported games I've ever seen. There's always a fresh patch or balance update, which keeps it feeling alive even years later. You can follow the main story or completely ignore it and just live your own spacefaring life. I've played it to death and it still feels like I've barely scratched the surface. If you love deep mechanics, freedom of choice, and getting totally lost in your own little space saga, this one's an easy recommendation. Proper indie magic, this one. Next up is Transcendence, a true hidden gem in the space game scene. This one's been quietly evolving for years. You play as a lone pilot drawn towards the galactic core by a mysterious hyperintelligence, and along the way you battle through a galaxy packed with hostile empires, rogue AIs, and more than a few surprises. It's an open world space adventure with a proper classic feel, almost like a top-down Elite, with a heavy focus on survival, exploration, and a slow burn sense of discovery. What makes it a gem in 2025 is it's not about flashy updates or AAA expansions, it's about longevity and depth. The base engine is totally free to play, and the dev has been steadily updating it for years now, with no signs of slowing down. On top of that, the modding scene is brilliant. New adventures, gear, ships, it's all out there thanks to a passionate community that keep this game feeling fresh. My recommendation, start with the free content and see if it clicks for you. If you're into a deep cut in the experiences and love tinkering with mods, this could be your next obsession. If it grabs you, there's a full content bundle on Steam that pulls it all together. It's not mainstream, but it's the kind of game that sticks with you. Now here's a lovely little surprise for you, Astrometica, a new 2025 release that's already sitting pretty at 88% positive on Steam. It's a solo-focused space survival and base building game where you're stranded after a catastrophic event. Your job is to survive, explore, build, and slowly piece together the story hidden in the wreckage of a galaxy. It's got that satisfying loop, scavenge, expand, automate, repeat, and with a narrative mystery layered underneath. What makes it worth your time this year is just how well it's landed with players. It's not a flashy AAA title, but it's polished, it's engaging, and it manages to keep the tension up with some light horror elements as well. Yes, there's a few cheeky jump scares in this one. The story isn't dumped on you either, it's hidden in lore scattered in clues as you uncover and explore the galaxy around you. It gives it a really nice pace. Let's shift gears now to something a bit more grounded, and I mean that in only the Newtonian sense. We have Rings of Saturn. This is a physics-based mining sim set in the densest asteroid belt in the solar system. It's slower paced, it's cerebral kind of game where every thrust or burn, every laser shot, and every collision plays by the rules of real physics. No space dogfighting here, this one's about precision, efficiency, and becoming an absolute master of your ship. Check this one out in 2025 because it's constantly evolving. The dev pushes out stable weekly updates, and if you're keen you can opt into experimental builds that are updated daily. What's more, this game is directly coming from the community. Suggest something in the Discord, and there's a good chance it's going to show up in a patch in the following weeks. Next up is Starcom Unknown Space, an absolute banger of a space exploration RPG. You're out in a mysterious, uncharted galaxy, building up your own starship, upgrading its systems, and uncovering ancient secrets while navigating strange alien factions and cosmic anomalies. It leans harder into the exploration side of things than something like Rebel Galaxy, and honestly, I love it for that. Since its release in 2024, this one has had weekly updates, and the dev is clearly committed to growing it well into 2025. Each patch adds new missions, quality of life tweaks, and little bits of world building that just make this whole universe feel more alive. What pulls you in with this one is the gorgeous visuals, a chill soundtrack, and an absolutely satisfying hum of your ship as you drift between star systems. Check it out, guys. Alright, this next one is for all you rocket nerds out there. It is Spaceflight Simulator, and it does exactly what it says on the tin. It lets you build rockets from the ground up, plan launches, attempt landings, and explore space. But don't mistake it for a simple builder. There is real depth under the hood here. Every engine, fuel tank, and stage has its own mass, thrust, and aerodynamics based upon real-world physics. With Spaceflight Simulator 2 now on the horizon, there's no better time to jump into the original. It's packed with charm, incredibly satisfying, and it's got a massive modding community keeping it fresh in 2025. From custom parts to entirely new mission scenarios, there's loads of content out there to tailor the game to your playstyle. I'd recommend it to anyone who's even slightly into space or aviation. It's challenging in all the right ways. Let's talk about a true space sim heavyweight now in Elite Dangerous. This one recreates the entire Milky Way, yes, all 400 billion star systems, letting you carve out your own legacy in a massive, ever-evolving galaxy. You start with just a basic ship and a few credits, and from there it's entirely up to you. Trade, mine, fight, explore, smuggle, or just get lost among the stars. It's one of the most immersive space experiences out there, hands down. In 25, it's still going strong with the new Trailblazers update, which brings in full-on system colonization. For the first time, you're not just flying through space, you're actively shaping it. You can expand human territory and influence, and the fate of entire star systems. A brilliant addition that adds a whole new layer to long-term gameplay. Now, Luke loves this game. He reckons it's criminal how little attention Elite has gotten considering how much it offers and how consistently Frontier supports it. It's 10 years old and it still gets major free updates. Not many games can claim that. Now here's a proper wildcard, Spaceborne 2. It's a single-player, open-universe RPG that mixes third-person shooting, trading, mining, crafting, piracy, you name it, it's probably in there somewhere. You're essentially building your own empire from the ground up with the freedom to go about it in any way you like. It's big, ambitious, and chaotic in the best way. In 2025, this one is still going to be in early access, but it is getting steady updates as it slowly marches towards its full release. Look, I'm not going to lie to you, this one is buggy. It does crash and there's some rough edges here and there, and it's not emotionally gripping like some space games, but there's just so much to do. It's got a scrappy charm to it, and watching new features unlock as you progress is half the fun. Honestly, it's kind of like Star Citizen, but without the ridiculous budget, and for a one-man project, that's pretty amazing. Luke and I both reckon it's worth keeping an eye on in 2025. Next up is Empyrean Galactic Survival, a proper mashup of space sim, survival, building, and first-person shooter. It's a full-on sandbox where you can construct capital ships, sprawling planetary bases, and massive orbital stations, all while trying to survive on hostile alien worlds and in deep space. If you like variety in your space games, this one has you covered. It's not a new game, but in 2025 it's still getting updated, and the mod scene is absolutely worth diving into. Huge shout out to the Reforged 2 mod, which really overhauls the gameplay and makes everything feel tighter and more rewarding. Now let's be honest, Empyrean is janky. The ground AI is a little bit pants, the learning curve is steep, but once it clicks, it really clicks, and the depth here is insane. If you're the kind of player who loves building, tweaking, and figuring stuff out through trial and error, this one can absolutely steal all your time. Alright, a quick breather before we blast off into the next batch of games. If you're enjoying the video so far and you're into all things space and strategy, do us a favor and hit that like button, it really helps the video out. Next up is Empyrean Galactic Survival, a proper mashup of space sim, survival, building, and first-person shooter. It's a full-on sandbox where you can construct capital ships, sprawling planetary bases, and massive orbital stations, all while trying to survive on hostile alien worlds and in deep space. If you like variety in your space games, this one has you covered. It's not a new game, but in 2025 it's still getting updated, and the mod scene is absolutely worth diving into. Huge shout out to the Reforged 2 mod, which really overhauls the gameplay and makes everything feel tighter and more rewarding. Now let's be honest, Empyrean is janky. The ground AI is a little bit pants, the learning curve is steep, but once it clicks, it really clicks, and the depth here is insane. If you're the kind of player who loves building, tweaking, and figuring stuff out through trial and error, this one can absolutely steal all your time. Alright, a quick breather before we blast off in...
Any point during the game, and I might turn that on false, but for now I'm going to leave that as true. All right, so malfunction. I was just gonna kind of
like what I
for
see.
you guys to read. I'm not gonna read all of it. This doesn't seem like a lot, but it gets really heavy with the dialogue. All right, so we need to open up the tab. Okay, there we go. Now we've got a yep, right there. We've got a dermal burn. You hit tab and go to status, and there it is. Now we need to get a first aid kit. All right, so the first thing you do is pick up your tools. Okay, and this right here is going to, I forget what they call this thing they're about to tell you. Yeah, the survival tool. It's got defense where you can shoot things with it. It's got resources where you can mine resources. It's got salvage where you can salvage resources. I don't need to know about that. I just explained it to you guys. All right, so this right here we're going to pick up. That's plant protein. All right, and then we got more plant protein here and plant protein here. And then we're going to break down this tree. You right click and go to resource mode, and then we're going to break down this tree, and we've gotten plant fibers and plant protein. We're going to go to our survival constructor. We've got our own personal survival constructor in our suit. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and make that, and I think you shift right click. There we go. These health, food, stamina, oxygen. This is an oxygen planet, so we don't have to worry about oxygen right now. Glad to see you back. You've had incredible luck being dragged into the Titan's warp vortex and
Thank you,
coming out alive in
KJ48. I'd like to sub to your
Currently
channel.
trying to reestablish communications with Operation Phoenix Fleet. This will take a few minutes. In the meantime, I've been storing our sensor event logs from event logs since our escape from Apollo Station in the Imperial. Okay, so press F. Got it. All right. So if you press F1, you can come in here, and this will tell you read first is the PDA. I'll just put this up here. If you guys want to read that, go ahead and pause the video. Go ahead and pause the video. Go ahead and, I already read all this. So these are our missions. So we're good to go. You need to find something to eat. We need to make some energy bars. So we're going to need more plant protein. And we're going to be looking for more of these. Everything looks different in this game from the last time I played. We just reached level 2, by the way. So now we come to Survival Constructor. Once we got plant protein, hold down Shift. I usually just hold down Shift and left click. It'll make 10 or as many as it can make. This is a node right here, and that is iron, I think. Looks like iron. All right. Ooh, Explorer token. Okay. New resource type iron. You've earned an Explorer token. Read F1 for more information. Okay, I'll do that later. I don't want to do that right now. We'll do that during the night when I'm safe in my home. All right, Explorer token. Redeem at GIN console in any trading station unlocks rewards to raise your rank with the Exploration Guild. Yeah, we'll get into this more later, but there are factions in this game. There's all kinds of guilds, and this game is hella deep. It's really, really hella deep and fan-freaking-tastic. You know, I was like, over the past year, every time I think about Imperion, I'm like, yeah, Imperion, you know, that's a good game. Nobody really watched it, but I enjoyed it, I guess. And now I'm like, wait a minute, why was I playing this earlier? This game is unbelievable. So right down here, you see my food meter going up, I'm an energy bar. Food does go bad, it tells you your perish time. There we go, and I guess I'll just eat the last one now. All right, we are full on food. Feel very comfortable and satisfied. Is there a stat? Oh my god. Oh, so I don't know what that means. Is that a stat? It doesn't say anything, so I'm not sure if that's giving me anything. He couldn't. Okay. My efforts to reestablish communication with the fleet has failed, but I am tracking a weak signal from the UCH beacon nearby. Okay, very good. Let's just grab some. Can I find this? Yeah, I can. Bottom right hand side, it says the resource info. It's so nice to not have to pick that stuff up again. Now, we do have to worry about our volume and mass. So, you know, keep an eye on that. That's not something to be ignored because it's going to matter. All right, so we should have a beacon we need to go for. Let's check the map. There we go. Seeing a beacon. Read if... Okay, yeah. Let's see what we got to do. The detector could be... Oh, I need to get a detector. That's right. All right, Survival Constructor, we can make a detector. This thing's phenomenal. I've been playing this game since, like, before launch. I think I got it, like, a week before it launched in the early access, and it's already out now. I mean, I've been playing this game for a long, long time, and I'm so glad to be back. Oh, so good. All right, let's go ahead and grab this tree, and I'm going to make some more bandages after that, and the detector is just about done. That is, I don't know if you need to keep that. Do you have to keep that in your... I don't remember if you have to keep that in your hotbar. Exit the inventory screen, then fire the detector with the left. Yeah, I guess you have to be holding it, right? There we go. And now, all kinds of stuff is opened up in our area. So we need to go to the damaged comm station. I think there's a way to, like, not use stamina if you, like... do you need a jetpack? I don't remember. There's a way to, like, jump and you don't use that much stamina. No, I think the jetpack one was in No Man's Sky, but in this one you don't need a jetpack for it. You just kind of, I don't remember how to do it. We'll have a motorcycle soon, so it won't really matter. But yeah, there's a way to kind of like skip your way. Skip your way along so you don't use as much stamina, because stamina comes back really slowly in this game. All right, we're gonna check out this wreckage right here before we go to the one we're supposed to get to. And let's take a look. We got some loot.
Thought I'd look for air elementals, but there wasn't any.
Antibiotic pills, which will help with dermal parasites and endoparasite stage 1. Right, I'll take. I think F key is, or Shift F is to take everything. I don't remember. Is that the only thing here? Okay, fair enough. Oh, So these things will attack you if you get too close, but they're kind of like, you know, they're kind of like, they'll leave you alone unless you get too close. They're not like super like, oh, I'm gonna go. God, okay. What the hell? Okay, hold on. This freaking guy. Yeah, you wanna dance? Wanna dance, bro? Let's dance. There you go. You're dead. Hold Shift and press F, and you'll just automatically do what's on the enemy. What a dick. Oh, I'm not looking good either, man. I need some help. Shift, right click. Okay, there's a bit of a timer. You can't just use them too quickly. Why can't I make more of these plant fibers? Can I take down one of these big trees with this thing? A little bit bigger than a regular tree. I'm assuming I can, but oh, there we go. Ooh, only 6 plant fibers, so that's not a lot. That is not a lot, my friend. All right, let's get to this damaged comm station. Oh, hold on, what's that? Let's just pick it. Yeah, there's lots of wildlife and stuff you can pick, not just the plants I've been picking. There's all kinds of crazy stuff you can pick. There we go, I got an egg. I don't think I picked that first one. I tried to, but I must have just clicked it too quickly. All right, we'll get more iron, and then we'll get some more copper, and then we'll check out that console. We need to access the console, apparently. All right, and there we go. All right, let's see what we got in here. What do you got for me? All right, let's see what the console. Give me password. Internal storage file. Not looking good. Running system diagnostics. The internal storage is available. Okay, I'm just gonna let you read this, guys, because I'm telling you, I'll be reading all day with this game. All right, sounds good. You needed to craft a tent. That was a good idea. That is a good idea. We're gonna need more plant fibers. No, no. Oh my God, there's a freaking drone on me already? Can I kill him with this? I don't even think I can kill him with this. Hold on, let's see if we can get him. I don't have a proper gun. Alright, come on, buddy. Yeah, I can't. I guess I can't reach him. Come on, man. I don't know why there's a drone on me already. I don't know. I can't really defend myself. Alright. Oh, there we go. Come on, die. Oh, wow, you can defeat with this. Dude, you can defeat a drone with this piece of crap? I mean, it wasn't easy, but oh my goodness, wow. Well,
Game doesn't look that bad.
Alright. There we go. Wow. I was just looking around, you know, just kind of peeking around the corners, seeing what's what. Stupid drone. Is this the place I looted already? No, it is not. Oh, cool. A can of Chef Boyardee. Got some SpaghettiOs. Awesome. You can't auto with that. Okay. That's a really good find, by the way. Alright, cool. Let's get back to the comm station. So I need, I broke down one of the big trees, chopped down one of the big trees, and I got logs. I can't really do anything with logs right now. I mean, I could, but I'm going to do this in a different way. I could make I think I could make myself like a personal crafter machine thingy, which would turn it. I mean, maybe I should. What do I need for it? Oh, it's not unlocked yet. What the hell is that? Get the hell away from me. Those guys don't look friendly. You know what? I need a gun. Let's put this whole thing on hold right now. And let's get ourselves a gun. Okay, so in order to do that, we're gonna need the portable constructor. So we're gonna go to our tech tree. And I don't remember where the portable constructor is. Let's see, we're gonna look in here. There it is. Double click to unlock it. And I don't have what I need. Wait, I don't have what I need for it. Oh, I unlocked the wrong. Oh no, that's the portable constructor. Okay. They kind of switch spots. I don't need 2 of them. Alright, let's go ahead and use this. Bring this over here. We'll put this, this is number 3. I don't really need this light. Okay, that should work. Alright, I'm gonna want some weapons too. So let's go back into here, and let's unlock the shotgun and the assault rifle. Hopefully I can make, I mean, they're both really good weapons. So, 5, put that down, go in here, then you have to put everything in there. Shift left click. Okay, I'll just put you know what? I'll just put everything in there. Alright, and then we are going to want to make, yeah, the shotgun's really good. What am I missing for this? Oh, electronics. I don't have any silicon yet. Alright, let's make a shotgun and a pistol. All right, and I also want to cook the food before it goes bad. So we go to food, and we cook the food.
I'm dead.
All right, looking good.
But I didn't have anything.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna need some ammo, some pistol rounds, some shotgun
Evac.
shells.
Evac killed me. But I didn't have anything because I
Yeah, I gotta
dumped.
get some,
Yes.
I gotta get some silicon for that bad boy. All right.
Evac killed me, but I didn't have
Doing pretty
anything.
good on food. There's no water in the game, and we're about to get some weapons. Okay, now we're talking. I got myself a shotgun. All right, let's go and reload that sucker. Got myself a pistol. Nice and reloaded. All right, and what else do I have? Oh yeah, I made a motorcycle. It's really dirt cheap. They want you to ride around on the motorcycle, and I think that's just about it. And we're looking pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and make myself a portable heater. I unlocked this cooler / heater. I also got the tent right here. So put down the tent. All right, place tent. Cool. Access tech tree F3. There you go. Got my tech tree. We'll look at this stuff during the night. Unlock portable constructor. I already did that, didn't I?
I'm going to put something onto boil. I'll be right back. I'm going to make my dinner, and yeah, that game looks pretty good actually. Empyrean, it's looking good to me for so far. I had to do HyperNet stuff for a long time. It's annoying. $900 caps for a recipe super stim pack. Nice. 900 caps? Jesus Christ, what am I at now?
that's broken. Now I can't do anything because I unlocked it already. And I don't want to make another one. So what you could do is you can come in here and you can click on it to auto finish it. It's in case there's any bugs or anything. So there we go. And now exit window. I guess I have to click on that as well. Okay. There you go. Gather ore. Craft constructor again. There we go. Access tech tree. Close tech tree. How do you do this? Yeah, so it's telling me to unlock the pistol, I guess. Access portable constructor. Alright, we're getting there. Getting there. Add template. Portable constructor, craft a pistol, and pistol rounds. Yeah. So I got everything situated here, and now we want to go to a large wreckage, which is kind of like the place I already was. So I'm going to take the motorcycle there. Wreckage, lots of wreckages. So I can go to specific one. Yeah, I can go to the yellow flag. This thing doesn't drive very well. Now, when you get the motorcycle, maybe thinking, oh man, this is a stupid game. This motorcycle sucks. Yeah, it's supposed to suck. They don't want you on it for very long. Eventually, we will be making ourselves a hover vessel. So I'm going to check this wreckage out on the right. Don't leave your motorcycle on the ground. Shift F picks it up, and don't leave it on the ground. I don't have any light because I don't have a street. Yeah, we did leave it. It's getting dark though. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get to the flag. It's this way. Oh my god, this thing literally doesn't really turn. Okay, there we go.
There's a lot of wildlife.
Sorry. Alright, let me get to this large wreckage. And I think I'm going to sleep because I don't want to like be making dark videos. It's almost, I don't know, it seems like we'll see. Sun's going down now. Sun's getting real low. Man, this is really close. I think I need to make a... I kind of want to make a hover vessel right now, but at the same time I don't, because the game will probably like lead me to a hover vessel that I can like repair. But man, I kind of want it right now. Alright, you know what? We'll do it while I was. There we go. Much better. Alright, so let's come in here and we've got some personal containers. See, the motorcycle. That's exactly what I thought. So we're gonna take all of this stuff. Oh, we can't hold anything. See? That's gonna be the problem. That's gonna be the problem when it comes to the weight issues. And I'm not really sure I have a way around it. Salvage steel plates. Oh, okay. So now we're gonna salvage stuff. So what you do is you right click on this thing, go to salvage mode, and here's a trick I'll show you. If you can cause stuff to collapse, you can press F and get everything really easily. Although, you know what? I really can't hold it. I think we're gonna set up base camp here for a little bit. Let's set up base camp here. And then that way we'll at least be able to loot stuff. Let's just go ahead and throw all this in there. Looks pretty good. So what we're gonna do is we are going to harvest this. That's gonna take a while, but not that long. Bottom right hand side tells you how much. Now when this falls, you gotta be ready. It's only gonna be on the ground for like a second. And if you press F quickly enough, you get everything to fall. So watch. Come on. All the structural integrity in the game. F, there we go. So pressing F, I just picked up, no, not a lot of steel plates, but I did pick up some steel plates. So we need to move on, and I can't carry all this stuff. Okay, not even close. And the reason I can't is because these computers are super heavy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to the blueprints, and I've got this factory wafer blueprint that I downloaded off the workshop. And basically this is just so you could throw anything you want into the workshop. So I got these computers, I put it in the workshop, I got a bunch of iron, copper, and silicon for it, so I didn't waste it, and I can use it on a future build, but at the same time now it won't weigh me down, which is good. Alright, so I also made some biofuel. We're gonna need that eventually. Alright, so I think we're... Wait, what? Oh, yeah, another motorcycle. I guess I'll just take it for now. Actually, I can probably put the motorcycle on as well. Alright, so that is empty, so it will be gone in less than a minute. So I'm gonna go back here again and put one of the motorcycles in there. Need one iron ingot. Better than nothing, right? So we need to deploy our bike as part of the mission. There we go. Get on the bike. There we go. And arrive. So we need to go to another I don't remember this thing turning this poorly before. I'm gonna be honest. It's been a while though. So, to capture a station in order to make other devices like generators, turrets, and even working doors work. There you go. You need to place a core. Yeah, when you like fight against enemies, you can like take over their bases. It's freaking dope. All right, so we do need to make a core. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put down a portable constructor. All right, we're gonna come in here and then actually we need a core, not a base starter. Those are two totally different things. Where's the core? There it is. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put only the like.
Damn it, Ebok! Did you take my shit? No, you didn't.
Yeah,
You took my wood.
It's just easier.
Which is fine.
All right, so let's put everything in there except for our ammo. Don't put ammo away. I made a assault rifle. I don't know if I showed you that or not. But yeah, and I also made projectile rounds for it. All right, let's go ahead and make a core. The core is now complete. The core is now complete. It's done. It's done. Sometimes it takes a little bit. Sometimes you gotta get out and come back. Oh wow, look at that. Did you see that? Yeah, it's been like that for a long time. All right, now it should be complete. There we go. All right, and we put this on here. For factions, I guess just Xerox. I don't think the Xerox or whatever the hell they're called. The Xerox faction. I think they're the only ones who will attack you, but they'll start getting pissy because you're building a base, and they will eventually attack you, and you're gonna want some kind of defenses up in case that happens. So, you know, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Let's come out here and check this wreckage. We're not anybody else's territory. Nope. Oh, looks like we got a little desert over here. And we'll just make a...
It's another one of those Minecraft games. I was like, you know what it looks like? Vintage story.
We definitely want that to be open. Okay. We need to get
7 days to die
before I can really start building underground. Can I go in there with this? No, I can't. It's not easy building these 6 pieces at a time, but we won't have to do this for very long. We'll be able to build a lot better pretty soon. All right, so that's looking pretty good right there. Then this got to come over to here. Okay, and that, my friends, is pretty good. Straight into the corner. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so let's go ahead and start placing down our equipment. So the first thing we're going to need is a fuel tank. You kind of want this out of the way so you don't get like heat and radiation, stuff like that. I'm not really sure where to put it, to be honest. I might not worry about it for the time being. All right, and then we've got the small generator. And then we've got the, actually let's put this down first. All right, so we've got power, which is the fuel tank, the generator, then we've got storage with the cargo boxes and the small constructor, which will allow us to make some money today. I really want to make a lot of money today. I'm thinking the entrance is going to be right here. So let me go ahead and I might be able to do this. Let's go ahead and finish this corner. And then we'll just use these. They look good. Get the job done, kind of. One right there. So, did I make any of that? I thought I did. Let's take a look. I think I made one of them. Yeah, well, they're not in here. They're in the ammo box. Yep, there we go. Sentry guns. It says player. I'm assuming this will, like, still shoot at, like, enemies around the ground. I really don't know. I think you also get a... So, we got a sentry gun and sentry gun 2. I don't really know what the difference is. Well, the difference is one's on the wall and one's not. Okay. Alright, so we'll make some room for this on the wall. That low? Yeah, it sounds good. Should be pretty good. Alright, and then right here. There we go. Yeah, I like it when they're on the walls. It's pretty cool. Got some defenses set up, but the power's not looking too good. I need to go out and find some promethium. I have no idea where it would be on this planet. I'm thinking, yeah, it doesn't look like it's up here. Yeah, I have no idea. I just gotta fly around and look for it, I guess. I mean, I've already been through here, obviously, so it wasn't around here. So I guess I'm just gonna come up here and just kind of look around. Hopefully I find some pretty soon. So I found some promethium deposits up here, just like I thought I would. The problem is they're heavily guarded. Heavily guarded. So what I did was, I went ahead and made some more ammo. Now, I am really, really on my last legs when it comes to power. I need to get this promethium really badly. Everything's where it should be. So let's go on up here. Let's get into some fights. Let's get some Promethium, and then we'll see how things go. You know, I have a lot of money. That's not what I'm looking, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I have a lot of money, and that's great. But the thing is, I simply can't really buy Promethium. I can only buy the pellets from the Sanctuary, and that is barely anything. So I do have to come out and get the Promethium. The base is looking pretty good. I feel like it's somewhat safe for now. I'm going to put 2 more of the big turrets on top, and then I'm going to install at least 3 more of the small turrets, and then maybe put up some like railings or some defense, something to help with the oh, getting close. Am I close to the ground? Yeah, I am pretty close to the ground. Oh, you can tell on the left hand side how close I am to the ground. Pretty foggy, man. Can't see nothing. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Hopefully I can mine it okay. I remember back in the day you needed like that visor thing to be able to mine it properly. Now I don't know if I have what I need to mine this properly, to be honest. It's like 7 days to die, man. They keep changing the rules on me. I know if you play this game like every day, all the time, like it's probably like, oh no, it's been like that, but I don't know. I don't remember. So we're just gonna have to kind of see. One thing's for sure, I'm gonna have to shoot some crap in the area first. And can't see nothing. That's not good. Visibility being this bad is not good. But we'll see. There was like one bug that was shooting stuff, and then there was like little like, I don't even know what they look like, little tarantulas or something, or maybe like scorpions, I don't know. And this is what you want. You want to be in the radiated fog. Alright. And let's take a look. Stop. I can hear them. Yeah, there's one. Dead. That was the big one. Yeah, look at all these guys. See them all? Yeah, they are scorpions. Alien space scorpions! You can't reach me. What are you doing? I'm gonna get out and go fight them. I should be okay with the radiation, although I'm not 100% on that. I'm not 100% sure on that. But we'll see. We shall see. Get out. Alright, hold on. Man, there's like a bunch of them down there. Look at that. Alright, hold on. Let's see if we can shoot with this. Those might just be regular spiders. Alright, I prefer not to get poisoned. Okay, I can't even tell what's corpses down here and what's not. There you are. Alright, so I am getting some radiation, but I'm just going to ignore it and do what I can do here. Alright, there we go. Hold on, I'm reloading. Hold on there. And this is no joke. Okay, let's get back up here. I mean, they go down easy enough. It's a lot of experience. What's up, bro?
I like the combat. I like the game.
I don't feel good about this. I really don't feel good about this. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. I got new plan. New plan. I'm just gonna mine from this thing. I'm not going on that ground. Hell no. Come on. It's not even the scorpions I'm not worried about. It's the spiders, because they run away and come back.
They can't make this combat
Let's watch out for
good.
drones as well. Okay, he's dead. Damn, guys. I love this small vessel, by the way. Absolutely insanely good. Well, at least I'm getting a lot of experience. We done? Nope, we're not done yet. We good? I think we're good. Killing me. Not literally, thankfully. Alright. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm gonna ignore this and just try and dig. Oh, Promethium is just a regular ore. Okay, cool. I thought Promethium was like the chunks, you know? You know, the chunks, you know what I'm saying? But oh, you gotta be kidding me. I can't believe I forgot to drop the stuff off at the base. Oh, that's right, I didn't have enough room for it. Okay, hold on a second. I don't think this thing has a constructor. Here, let's shoot down a drone while we're out here just for the lulz. Got a small drone, fast stun, whatever that means. And he's dead. And he's gone. I'm not gonna loot him because he probably doesn't have anything I really need that badly. And I would kind of want to get home and continue powering my base because the last thing I need is like a drone attack when my base isn't powered. I did mine out the entire Promethean deposit. I would have mined out the other one, but like I said, I want to get back and get this stuff processed and start getting some power going to the base. I think next time I play, I'm going, not this world, but the next world, I'm going to probably mess around with solar panels. Solar panels are very weak in this game. At least, okay, I haven't messed around with solar panels in a very, very long time. When I did mess around them, they were quite weak. And honestly, I didn't really 100% understand them. But yeah, I think I'm going to actually use solar panels next time I play. Try and mitigate some of the, cost of the whole power issue. Doing some painting. This game has a really cool paint and texture tool right here. Depending on what you're looking at, you'll get different textures. Like if you're looking at metal, you'll get different textures. If you're looking at stone or cement, you'll get different textures. You can do color and all these textures here. I don't have anything metal, so I can't. Oh, there's some metal options. Oh, is it? Yeah. There's the metal options. So, and I have done some painting, but what I want to do now is we're going to take some railings, and I got a little walkway down here, and we just got to put some railings up here because safety first. So there we go. Number 2. Nope. Number 2. Are we on number 2? Yeah, we are. All right, right click. There's all kinds of railings you can do. I'm looking for this one right here. Oh, I wonder if is the door taking up the block? I think the door is taking up the block. Oh, let's take a look. I think it is. There we go. All right, now we need to find a door. Probably went in here. Yep, there it is. 3. Yep, the door is on the outside. So what we need to do is we need to go like this. And now the door's taking up the inside. Right? Right. Now we can put a railing here. There we go. Now I don't think you can put railings along these stairs. Or maybe if you can, I don't know. Oh, maybe these. No, these are made for 1 block, that's right. Yeah, see? Those are made for 1 block. Hold on, maybe I can... Yeah, see? It's made for 1 block stairs, which I don't really like. I like these long stairs. I don't think there's a railing for these. If there is, let me know in the comments, but... I mean, it's okay like that, I guess. But not perfect. Also, let's put this block back. And then let's go ahead and paint it. 7. So we're looking for this. Is the brick look. That's the blue. There we go. And this is what it looks like from up here. I wouldn't have gone with blue. I think blue is a little bit of a loud color for a game like this, but I went with blue because it looks dope on screenshots. Yeah, you pick like uncolored colors, like monotone colors and stuff, and they just don't look the same. But yeah, I think this base is looking pretty dope. I really need to get more defenses on it though. Let's take a look at how we're doing with the power. Power's looking good. We've got, yep, we're still making fuel packs. How many do we have so far? I think I'd be making that many. Oh, we got 24, all right. Those things fill in a lot of fuel. So I'm going to continue making fuel. I'm going to continue making ammo. Hopefully 1.8 will be out, and it will be the last episode for this series. And we'll just start up on 1.8. Again, as far as Reforged Eden goes, I'm going to kind of hold off for now. I'm going to do some homework on it. And if it really is not a lot of you guys say it's not slow. Some of you say it is. I don't really know. I'm going to look into it. If I think it will fit my channel properly, I will do a series on it, guaranteed. Guys, I'm kind of looking to doing Reforged Eden. I want to do Reforged Eden, but we'll just see. We'll see. I will check it out though, for sure. But we'll probably do 1.8 because 1.8 is going to be brand new with all the quests and everything. They're all going to be new. I'm really interested to see what they do with those quests, and we'll just kind of see where things go. Anyway, guys, if you never enjoyed the video, please remember to unpage that like button. Also, if you're new here, please subscribe for more daily videos. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. And until then, take it easy.
It's a good game, but it's just space engineers with combat, which is, I mean, better than space engineers.
The year is 1980, which means he can craft weapons. I'm gonna sneak up and we're gonna get ourselves back and check out some more areas. Please don't attack me. I'm not too sure about their...
I'm gonna run this 10-foot cell phone cord. I bought so many cell phone cords. 3 for my room, which is cool. For girls. Stupid Ebok, but he only got like 1,000 wood or something. I was gonna cook like 40 minutes ago. Help somebody get through the door. I like helping people. It makes me feel good. Trees out. Trying to see. if something oh, okay, it's arriving Thursday. Okay, cool. I have like a couple days. Okay, good. I was like, so today the idiot delivery man came to our like mail place, and they left like, I don't know, thousands of dollars worth of packages on the front door of the mail place at like, I don't know, 9 in the morning or something dumb. So whoever was just like parking in the parking lot just threw the goddamn box with all the packages in their fucking car and just drove off. And my family and I both had like 4 packages in that fucking thing. I had these 2 packages of cell phone cords. Like, I'm gonna open this other package of cell phone cords now because it's, you know, I can open it. But I had these 2 packages of cell phone cords, and I had my 10-strip USB. They sent like another one for some reason, and they sent another mouse for some reason, and they sent us like copies of stuff, which was so stupid. And this guy ripped off the fucking doorstep of the fucking mail place, and I had nothing to do with it, but like they replaced everything that was there. And some of it I already had. They like replaced the whole order, even though some of it had already arrived like early, and so we got like extra copy of a mouse. And so Amazon sent another copy of this mouse right here, so we were able to just return that and pay for my keyboard. So when this happened, I spent about $229 on a new keyboard and a new mouse because my keyboard's all fucked up, right? And I retired my old mouse, and I'm gonna retire this old keyboard to my bedroom, and we're drilling a hole in the wall in my bedroom to bring the cord from my computer to my bedroom TV. And so I bought a bunch of stuff to kind of facilitate all of that. I got a 75-foot HDMI cord that's all super high res and all this, and and it was kind of interesting. And so they sent me copies of all of that stuff, even if we had it already. So I got a free mouse, which we just returned back to Amazon, used the money to pay for the keyboard, and the keyboard got like stolen. The keyboard was stolen, which is just insane. And, you know, it like really just nuts. It was just a nuts story. I can't imagine being a fucking Amazon delivery guy. It's just leaving a package of boxes, like a box of packages, really. Leaving a box of packages. Yeah, like I'm waiting for all of this hypernet to sort of tick out here, but I am gonna do all of these skill extractors at that price and just see if I can get them. 13 up, and the lowest one is at 700 million. Yeah, and I'm going for 589, which, I mean, yeah, like I would like, yeah, I think I want to put like 7 of them at 589. This is expensive to place. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, and then these I want to try 700. If they're going for 700, then I'll do 640. See if any of these sell 640. I'm gonna make so much goddamn money. 640, right? I'll do like 4 for 640. Yep, 4 for 640, 3 for 640, and then I want to do 4 for 700 and just see if I get a taker. How about 680? 680. Oh, gotta be careful. 680. Yeah, we'll do the last 4 at 680. I don't think I'll sell, but you know, you never know. I think I'll keep 3 of these just because I know I probably won't sell that many of them. So, whatever. So yeah, the large skill injector, I am getting sales at 1 bill, so I will just try and stick there because I would not mind a bill for this. Yeah, we got 5, or well, no, I don't know. I probably will keep these Master at Arms, and actually need to place a buy order for Master at Arms, which is frankly annoying. The price has gone up. In station, they're up for 82. 82. Maybe I should get out of the master trade. I don't know. It's not really that good anymore. Used to be I could get them for like 74 and sell them for 105 something, but I'm not really getting that for these. Yeah, this is like enough money to fuck around with, though. It's enough money to sit on for a while. Plus, I have other stuff. I have other ships that I should sell. Praxis, Greaseless. Hey, I got my Greaseless shuttles, though. Those are good. 33. What if I ask, what's 40 divided by 8? It's 5 mil a piece, right? Let's try for 40 and see if I can get them. The average price is 27, but yeah, get a Greaseless shuttle for 5 mil. That's cheap. That's cheap. It is actually cheap. Yeah. Let's see if we can get a market for these. These do sell. No, I want to do 40. Oh, look, though. I was so good to myself. I can make so much money. I do need to post. Yeah, the big stuff isn't really doing so well, and I might just sort of sell those direct, maybe. Maybe I should just keep the rest of the skill extractors and use them over time. But I don't know, because it's, I don't know. It doesn't really seem like... Yeah, that's good. And then we'll do 10 council shuttles. I'm gonna turn on the, nice, I'm in this, like, cool cave. Yeah, like, oh, I have a marsupial or something. That's not too good. These things are killing me. Why can I not see anything? Oh, you killed him? You killed him because I jumped through the screen. I liked that character. Oh, well, I like starting over too. It's fine. Damn it, those things killed me so quick. That's not really what I wanted to do. What did you do with my... Oh, you like killed that save, huh? I gotta be careful. I didn't know how fast they erased it. I like this game, but I don't think I'm gonna play it anymore. It's like good, but it's not my style of game. So yeah, I wanna so I'm gonna eat. And I will do that. I'm gonna go boil water real quick. I'll be right back. And chop meat. Dinner. Now. they improved food stamps, which is cool. Okay, I need a warp scroll. And signet. Oop. Maybe I should go to Bastock and do the stupid egg event, I guess, and get it out of the way. I don't have a lot of room. I don't really want to do that. Bring up baby, yeah. Rope. Lawrence of Arabia, I forgot. The Maltese Falcon, Rebel Without a Cause, Streetcar Named Desire. Dinner is sausage with mashed potatoes. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be zoppity. The game was so good. Seven. Zodiac was so good. Fight Club and all that. I forgot Fincher did all these really good fucking films. Yeah. Server's shutting down in 60 minutes. I don't know if I've seen The Killer. Oh, because it's from last year. It's probably really good. Nice. I'll probably watch it tonight. Huh. The killer, huh? Mortals going down is 60 minutes, which is so annoying. Oh, wait, cancel. Can't seem to sell these. I suppose I don't really need the sound right now. I'm gonna kill the master so it's not like annoying. And I'm just gonna like log in like once an hour and just sap XP. Because why not? Okay, I think my water's ready. I'm gonna go cook. Yeah, that's good. Water's boiling. Okay. Go. Okay, dinner time. I need... I got a fork, but I need to kill this light. Let's see how the water's doing. Yeah, I'll probably get some more. Yeah. I will defrost these sausages for you. Alright. Seems good. Let's do it. Mashed potatoes and sausage with a bit of cheese. Gotta love struggle food. I think it probably cost $2.75 something, $3.50. Did we get this credit? Yeah, we got this credit, huh? Yep. Quit desktop. Wow.
Donald Trump's new economic world order is taking shape.
Economic
as the
world
so-called
order.
Reciprocal tariffs on 60 countries, which the US president calls the worst offenders, have just kicked in. Top of the president's economic hit list is China. Its exporters are now grappling with tariffs of 104% on their goods after Beijing refused to back down from its own retaliatory measures. Other nations with higher tariffs include Japan, who are hit with a 24% levy. India is now dealing with taxes of 27% on its goods. And many other Southeast Asian nations are on the unenviable list. Notably, 49% on Cambodian products. Also, a lot of manufacturing moved from China to Vietnam, and it is now having to pay a tax of 46% on its US imports. President Trump said these tariffs will make the US $2 billion a day. He also acknowledged that his economic strategy had been somewhat explosive and said the White House is in the process of making bespoke deals with countries.
So that whole situation that, you know, it was somewhat explosive, but if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be talking the way we're talking right now. It's been amazing what's happened. Sometimes you have to mix it up a little bit, but we've had great consideration. We've had talks with many countries, over 70. They all want to come in. Our problem is can't see that many that fast. But we don't have to, because as you know, the tariffs are on and the money is pouring in at a level that we've never seen before.
Well, we'll head to Asia shortly to talk to Shaima Khalil in Tokyo, Jonathan Head in Bangkok, and Marika Oy in Singapore. But first to Washington and our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes. So, Peter, the tariffs are now in place, the reciprocal tariffs. It was hoped, I'm sure, on the part of many countries that deals could have been done before this moment.
Yes, really, we're seeing now the full force of those tariffs. That it's now a week since Donald Trump first announced his plans. The full force of those tariffs around the world, with individual countries the worst offenders, as the White House has described.
They're going to hate us for
The
this.
weight of those tariffs, and when you've mentioned China, that 104% tariff, that's as a result of China.
We owe
not
China
putting
money.
back
I can't
on
believe
its
we're doing this.
tariffs against the United States in terms of products going to the US. And really, this is what Donald Trump wanted. He's described it as explosive. He says you have to shake it up a little bit. That might be a little bit of an understatement when you gauge the reaction internationally. And increasingly, Sally, the reaction in this country, we're seeing people concerned about everyday products like food, like clothing. Some people are beginning to stockpile those goods in their homes while they can, before they expect the prices to rise in the next few days.
Oh
and
my
quite
God.
incredible to see the swift movement on Wall Street in every direction, up and down, as traders can't take their eyes off the screen, and you know, Truth Social and other places where Donald Trump is adding more detail.
Yeah, and I think uncertainty is the word, because we're seeing those wild fluctuations in Wall Street that often just swing on a few words from the White House, or indeed rumors that maybe actually turn out to be wrong but still affect the markets. So I think strong and so significant are the jitters that people are feeling at the moment, that it doesn't take much to make, you know, quite significant changes in terms of prices and the sell-off that we've been seeing.
Okay, Peter, thank you so much indeed. Let's talk to Shaima Khalil now, who joins us from Tokyo. Shaima, 24% tariffs for Japan, an ally of the US, a very important trading partner. So many goods head to the United States, and it's hoped that Japan could be first in the queue for negotiations.
Yes, Japan will get priority tariff negotiations, according to the U.S. Treasury Secretary, but what that will look like, how that will turn out, nobody really knows. It's still in that uncertain realm, as Peter was speaking there. But I think, look, there's so many stats and numbers that you can throw at this story, but I think here in Tokyo, the sentiment is still one of being stunned, of being shocked. As you say, Sally, Tokyo is a staunch ally in the region, a key economic and security ally of the United States. And unlike Beijing,
these are the people that we nuked.
Tokyo is a friend, Beijing is a foe. And yet,
if there was
Japan feels
anybody in the world that I did not want to tariff, it was Japan and China. We bombed Japan, and we owe China, and we owe Japan too. They are our biggest bank. They are our bankroll. I can't believe we attacked them.
Bitter pill of the reciprocal tariffs, and there's almost a sentiment of, how could you do this to us? That politically you can feel it in the air. The Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba said the whole country has to come together in what he described as a national crisis. There's that governmental task force now with thousands of consulting desks and financial institutions fielding calls regarding tariffs. But even though the Prime Minister has called for diplomatic composure, the fact that Tokyo is still very much in tandem with its relationship and committed to the U.S. economy, with a 25%
they're like,
levy
please
on
deal
the
with
car
us.
industry already in place, the danger is real. The auto industry represents 20% of Japan's exports. That's $17 billion of projected losses if these levies are still in place. The tariff diplomacy is in full force. There are two major developments in the chaos of the last few days. One is that 30-minute phone call between the Prime Minister and Donald Trump on Monday, and that tells you that there is an open channel. And the second one is the appointment of the Economic Minister, Ryosei Akazawa, as the chief tariff negotiator. He will be dealing with the U.S. Treasury Secretary. Look, there's so much that Tokyo can bring to the table. For 5 years running, Japan has been the US's top investor. There are 54,000 US military personnel here. There's already developing defense agreements between the US and Japan. And so the negotiators have a lot to talk about with the United States.
Right.
They will get, as you say, a front seat, but it's still a very uphill battle.
Priority boarding, as they say, when you're getting on a plane. Thank you, Shaima. Let's go to Jonathan Head in Bangkok. So, Jonathan, Thailand is on the worst offenders list as well. So what is it facing now? The tariffs have come into effect in the last few minutes. And I have seen the Thai markets being hit hard by all of this as well.
As they are across the region, Sally. I mean, the worst affected country, or the least in terms of the actual scale of the tariffs, is little Cambodia, 49%. I mean, there is simply no hope that Cambodia can buy as much from the US as it sells. That's going to have a devastating effect on its garment industry. Like other countries in this region, the response from Cambodia, from Vietnam as well. Vietnam, US exports to the United States.
Remember Vietnam, that place we went to and destroyed? Why are we doing this to them? What the fuck are these Republicans' problems? I really don't understand. Well, I mean, what can I do? I can't stop them from doing this. Wait, oh, oops. Got a magic skull off that ghoul.
World speed. And this is what you want. I know this is what we've all wanted since the release of Morrowind so many decades ago. And I can show you today. All of this, what you're seeing right now, is how things look in-game for me right now. That's right, with just under 40 mods, we can make Morrowind look like this. And I'm gonna tell you how. With a mod list, you can check that down below. And yes, we are using OpenMW for this. It's absolutely breathtaking how good Morrowind can look. And yeah, it's not gonna be like a next-gen game, but it can look awfully beautiful. You want this. I know you want this. Don't lie to me. Alright, let me go over my mod list and explain to you exactly what I've done here. And there's a lot of little details that you might not want to miss, so make sure you watch all the way through. If you skip around, you might miss a key little issue that I had to fix here and there. So make sure you watch all of this. A couple important points you should know about this video is, firstly, when it comes to Morrowind modding, I don't think it's about the number of mods that you install. It's about taste level. There's a lot of people out there where if I tell you that, oh, there's only like 35 mods in this, and they'll say, oh, that's not nearly enough. You need like 300 mods. I don't think that's true. It's about installing the right mods and setting the right settings. Second, when recording videos properly to capture exactly how it appears for me, I lose 30 to 40 frames a second to record this video. So in this video, I had to drop my view distance to show you this. But when I'm not recording, I can push it much further. Alright, so first thing I do have to mention is that yes, this is running in OpenMW, but this is not just the release build of OpenMW, this is the dev build. This is the unstable build. So make sure you get the unstable build for this because it's necessary for some of these features to work. Also, I should just note that there's basically 38 things down in the description. They're not all mods, you could call them mods, but there's 38 points that I want to mention. The first one...
No, it's still too old. Don't.
Into the next batch of games. If you're enjoying the video so far and you're into all things space and strategy, do us a favor and hit that like button. It really helps the video out. And if you haven't already, consider subscribing to the channel. We cover everything from massive releases to hidden gems across space sims, RTS, RPGs and more. Plus, we'd love to have you in the comments. Let us know what you're playing or what we missed. Next up is a proper classic in the space cowboy genre, Rebel Galaxy. This one is a swashbuckling, broadside blasting space adventure where you're not just zipping around in a nimble fighter, but commanding a full-on Star Destroyer. You trade, mine, blast pirates, chat up shady aliens, and carve your own path across the galaxy. It's a really brilliant sandbox game that keeps things accessible. Don't need a PhD in aeronautics to play this one. The whole flight system works on a flat plane, like naval combat but in space. And it makes everything intuitive and fun. You can go full pirate, you can play the trader, or you can mess around exploring and getting into trouble. The difficulty spike here is real, and the AI can be a bit cheeky as you go. Once you get the hang of it, it's an incredibly rewarding game. Next up is Space Haven, a charming little spaceship colony sim where you guide a ragtag crew of civilians through deep space in search of a new home. You build a ship tiled with life support, crew morale, and try not to suffocate everyone while drifting through the void. It's all part survival, part sim, and part...
Go look at that one he talked about, because that one might be kind of fun.
With little more than background music, Rebel Galaxy effectively creates a frontier atmosphere around its cinematic starship combat. That's appropriate for a game where you can follow the main quest, or set out in any direction and strike out on your own as a trader, miner, bounty hunter, or pirate in a huge, procedurally generated universe. It brought out my inner Han Solo for a great space adventure.
I am waiting.
I don't think it's better than X4.
RPG wrapped up
Combat looks good though.
Shield package. In 2025, Space Haven got a fully fledged storyline update, rich in dialogue, scripted missions, and loads more structure for those who like their space sims with some narrative spine. What I really love about this one is it plays like a living board game. A diorama full of autonomous characters acting out their miniature RPG. A huge amount of fun to be had here. If you're into games like Void Crew or you're hyped for the upcoming Jump Ship, then you absolutely need to check out Pulsar Lost Colony. It's a co-op starship simulator where each player takes on a role: captain, pilot, engineer, scientist, or weapons specialist. You've all got to work together to keep the ship flying through a galaxy that's on the brink of chaos. It is chaotic, janky at times, but massively fun once you're all on the same page. This game's been quietly evolving over the years and is still a top tier for team-based space adventures in 2025. The galaxy is procedurally generated, so every run feels different, is packed with strange encounters, missions, and something's gone terribly wrong vibe that keeps it unpredictable. Now, I've mostly dabbled with AI Crew, but once you get past the initial learning curve and the interface, which, let's be honest, isn't winning a beauty contest, the gameplay is actually pretty stellar. Alright, strap yourselves in because this one is a legendary title. EVE Online is the biggest single shard
EVE Online
MMO of all time.
Oh my god.
Over 7,000 star systems, 21 years of player-driven history, and more betrayal, espionage, and drama than most actual sci-fi novels. You can do just about anything. PvE, PvP, mining, trading, piracy, industry, it's all here in an absolutely massive sandbox. Now technically it's free to play, but let's be real, that label's a bit of a stretch. The new player experience is still as rough as nails, and the game doesn't hold your hand at all. But once it gets its hooks in, you're done for. I'll confess, I played EVE for over 10 years. From the fall of Band of Brothers to low-sec piracy, I was part of the mad tapestry. It wasn't always welcoming and it demands patience, but unlike anything else, if you want to be part of something that's truly player-driven, where your actions genuinely ripple through the universe, EVE Online is still unmatched even in 2025. Next up is No Man's Sky, the poster child for the biggest comeback in gaming. It gives you a literal galaxy to explore, unique planets, strange life forms, and endless biomes, and it lets you go anywhere. No loading screens, no cutscenes, just point your ship and go. It's got that classic sci-fi wonder, and even now it's full of surprises. It's just dropped another big update called Relics, following hot on the heels of its world expansion. Visual upgrades, new gameplay systems, and quality of life improvements, you name it, Hello Games keeps piling it on with this one. The thing with No Man's Sky, it's as beautiful as it is weirdly lonely. You name planets no one will ever see, scan life forms no one will ever care about, and build incredible bases that may never ever get a single visit. But somehow that is the magic of it. It's like playing an existential chill-out sim wrapped in a sci-fi skin. Almost infinite content in finite moments. We've got Avorion next, a procedural co-op space sandbox where you can build massive ships out of scalable blocks, explore a galaxy full of danger and mystery, and gradually expand your own empire. There's virtually no limit to what you can build apart from your available resources. If you just want to go wild, creative mode has your back, and the game strikes a great balance, letting you build in detail without drowning you in micromanagement. And with constant updates, Avorion's quietly grown into one of the most robust and well-rounded space sandboxes out there. Luke's very high on this one. He calls it one of the best built space games in the genre, and it's more hands-off than something like Elite Dangerous, but it's incredibly rewarding once you get stuck in. Looking to something a little bit different now, we have Space Engine. It's not a game in a traditional sense, it's a full-on one-to-one scale simulation of the entire universe. Mystery and gradually expand your own empire. There's virtually no limit to what you can build apart from your available resources. If you just want to go wild, creative mode has your back, and the game strikes a great balance, letting you build in detail without drowning you in micromanagement. And with constant updates, Avorion's quietly grown into one of the most robust and well-rounded space sandboxes out there. Luke's very high on this one. He calls it one of the best built space games in the genre, and it's more hands-off than something like Elite Dangerous, but it's incredibly rewarding once you get stuck in. Looking to something a little bit different now, we have Space Engine. It's not a game in a traditional sense, it's a full-on one-to-one scale simulation of the entire universe. Real planets, real physics, and procedural generation for everything we haven't charted yet. One moment you could be orbiting Earth, and the next you're free floating around a black hole 5 billion light years away. It's still in active development, and the devs have been pumping out updates with real care and attention. It's got VR support, realistic lighting, astrophysics tweaks, and loads of community-made content. Honestly, it's stunning. There's a strange calm that comes from flying around deep space and realizing how massive and beautiful it all really is. If you're into space, science, or you just want to feel like you stepped outside of Earth's tiny little corner of reality, Space Engine delivers that. Next up, we've got one of the deepest space sims out there, X4 Foundations. This one is a living, breathing universe running entirely on your PC. Ships trade, mine, build, fight, all in real time, and you can go from being a solo pilot in a tiny scout ship to running a galaxy-spanning empire. It's first person, it's top down, it's strategy, it's management, it's whatever pace you want to play at. Luke and I absolutely both love this game. It's a labour of love from the devs, and a constant stream of updates and DLC keep pushing it forward year after year. You can manage a fleet of miners and freighters to generate passive income while leading your security wing against a Xenon menace at the front lines. Beautiful stuff. Of course, we couldn't finish a list like this without Kerbal Space Program, the ultimate spaceflight physics simulator where you strap a crew of excitable little green aliens into rockets you've built yourself, and you hope for the best. It's part engineering puzzle, part orbital chaos, and somehow still one of the most charming, satisfying games out there. This one's thriving in 2025 because the modding scene is absolutely immense. From new parts and planets to full realism overhauls, the community has kept this thing alive well beyond its original launch window. Even with Kerbal Space Program 2 out there, a lot of people, including myself, keep going to the original because frankly it's just more finished. Rounding things out is Universe Sandbox, the space simulator where you create, destroy, and absolutely obliterate on a cosmic scale. You can bend the laws of physics, galaxies into each other, fire lasers at planets, and even boil a
I like middle mouse being auto run. I didn't know how much I liked it. Oh my god. Oh, there's somebody. Oh, look, it's Chester. He's got an alligator. He's fucked.